Something.
Hello, everyone! Hello, chat. Hello, Karumi. Hello, mid-tier guard. Vinny. Oh my god. Karumi has gone through another name change. Yes. Neo Phantom. Sir Jacob is in chat, correct? I believe so. Yasuke is in chat. Sir Jacob is in chat, yes. LCX is in chat, but also...
Hello, I'm here too.
Yes.
Wait, I provide some background music like this. La 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 la.
No, you're gonna get us claimed! Anyway. Yes, so this is a stream we've been planning for about a week. This may become a fairly regular thing because there's a couple entries. So there's Narcissu, or Narcissus rather. Yeah, I figured I would learn how to actually say the name of this by the time we started streaming. Apparently not. Narcissus, there's 1 and 2, and then there's also a 10th anniversary thing, which I'm not sure, is that, I guess that's a third, that includes something that this doesn't, not exactly sure.
Yes.
But,
they're side stories.
Oh, side stories. Okay, well we can, once we get through this first one, we might be able to. There's Narcissus 1, 2nd, and a bunch of side. Yeah, exactly. Anyway, hello everybody in chat. Let's just get started. Elle,
Yes.
Elle can see my OBS window, so he can see the comments. He can also see the screen in real time, so I don't have to worry about, like...
Gee! I'm a girl right now.
Oh, yes. She, yes. So she can see the comments and also the screen, so we don't have to see like that. We don't have to worry about that whole buffering issue. So in my testing, I think I had to. Use the mouse to start the game, but after that, I think I can just use the controller.
Yes, you can, I think. Check your pronouns. I check my pronouns.
Okay. Why is
Anyway.
this not showing up? Oh, maybe I just had to use the touch screen. I don't know. Or maybe I can just start with the.
You can press enter.
Oh, enter. Yeah, that works.
Yeah,
Actually,
you just
no, I
need to
can't.
press enter.
Is this not configured properly?
It doesn't have controller support as far as I know.
I thought it did. Well, this is
See,
probably.
it uses a very old visual novel.
Yeah, it's. Oh no, wait, no. I thought it said 2000. Well, 10th anniversary in 2017, so I guess 2007.
And even older than that, it uses N-Scripter. It's a very old Japanese visual novel scripting engine. I'm familiar with that from a former visual novel developer.
Oh, I don't think it might have been plugged in all the way.
Yes. Game screen, by the way.
Huh? Oh, right, yeah. That would be useful. Oh my god, it's a game
Yay.
screen. Oh my god, it is glitching. What the hell?
Why is it glitching?
I don't know.
There we go. He's all good.
Oh,
We
that's a thing that happened.
Hey, Avatar is picking up the sound.
Yeah, it is.
It's all good.
Okay, well, this is a
should be
problem. I
slightly
can't start the
smaller than
game.
Hey. I should be slightly smaller in height than you. It's all good. It's all good. Why are we converting the game window? Oh, anyways.
Oh yeah, I guess I can probably shrink this a bit.
No. Put us to the side of it. Like to the very side of the margin of the, Yeah, you can put us on both sides, actually. You on the left, me on the right. Backwards.
Okay.
There we go. Oh, put me on it. We're very near the chat. Over the chat.
Yeah, we'll just turn this into an LCX stream.
No. On the black bar says, Mid-Tier Guard says, that's perfect. I was just kidding. You too.
Yeah.
Make it nice and balanced. Here we go. Balance. Ah! She has no body. No lower body. Oh no.
Yeah, you didn't know LCX is a quadriplegic, actually. Oh, shit. Well, I did something. I don't think I did the right thing.
It's okay. Just get through it.
What the fuck did I just do?
Press
Oh,
and
shit.
enter. These are options.
Oh, shit.
Escape.
Escape.
Yeah. Escape.
Okay, got it. It does have controller support, by the way.
Awesome.
correction. It has controller support, but only on the Steam Deck, I think. Oh, now I get the mouse to work. Juggling 15 things at once. I think that's what it is the game is too loud. I win. All is right in the world. Of different inputs. Okay, I see. So it's like confused, yeah.
Are we ready? This is side 7. Return to title in the center. Press yes. Center, like center of the screen. There's a white text that says return to title. Press yes.
That's why.
Yes. Now we can start. You see the start text. Just underneath the Narcissu title, the first option is start. Up, up. The first option you see after the title is start. You don't have a keyboard. There we go. We got this. We got this. We don't got this. Hey.
Oh, got it. I win.
There we go.
Yay!
Okay, so
GG's.
the one to the left is Narcissu. The picture there. That's it.
I think this.
Yes, that one. The blue one. That's correct. Click it. Just choose
And select. What the heck?
Agilis. Choose Agilis. The other ones are foreign languages.
Okay.
Hola.
And voiced, probably unvoiced, because I think, if I remember in testing, the voiced is only Japanese.
Yep, but her voice is nice.
Yeah.
Hey, it's only Satsumi who has a voice anyway.
Okay. And we fucking did it. Alright.
It begins.
I'll read the first chapter. Are the sound issues fixed, by the way? Can you see, hear, smell us all properly? Certainly. Since I was a child, I wasn't on the healthy side. This does have controller support, by the way. I can't advance it with my Switch controller. But even so, I went to grade school normally. During summer vacation, I played until I was... I played until I was tamed very dark. Yeah.
Correct.
June, soon after entering middle school. The day after we ordered swimsuits for the swimming class that would start next month. That time was the first time I experienced being admitted into hospital. Just a little before the first semester midterms, a day where the rain that started to fall felt awfully cold. In the midst of the pure white sky of the rainy season, in the beginning, everyone in the class came to visit me each day. And when I was discouraged from the hospital, during the weekends, they would come to my house. Oh, when I was discharged from the hospital on the weekends, they would come to my house to play. But that was just the beginning. Fall came, winter left, hospitalized, discouraged, outpatient care, and then starting again with the hospitalization. Classmates who once were called friends, at some point became acquaintances, and then turned into strangers. With each morning of the seasons, with each turning of the seasons, it seemed that I was disappearing from their memories. It looks like it makes them uncomfortable. For those who live normally, my very existence. That's why I seem to have been erased. Numerous seasons, white overcast skies, passed within even the need to exchange words with anyone. My English textbook from my first year midterms onwards remained brand new. It was there that my time seems to have stopped. Eight years later, 2004, early summer, protagonist. Is that when this came out? 2004? That would sound about right. Summer, flowing sweat. In the driver's license examination area, a large electric bulletin board was installed. All at once, the lights came on, and like everyone else there, I searched for my own number. 237. 237. Scanning among the mostly lit light panel, I found my own examination number. The tracks beneath the train thudded rhythmically. Because it was just past midday, the train car was quite empty. And that empty car, I was on the way home. Yeah, and in that empty car, I was on the way home from the examination center. In my left hand was the traffic regulation manual I had just received in my shirt pocket. In my shirt pocket was my brand new license. With this, I'm also normally licensed, eh? I murmured somewhat seriously, but I didn't feel any particular strong emotion. It's not like I wanted to drive cars, nor did I really have another purpose in mind. It was just people around me were going to the training center and had recommended that I at least get a driver's license. That night, when I reported to my parents that I had gotten my license, "Is that so?" was the short reply. As an experiment, I tried saying that I wanted to borrow the car. And just as shortly came a, "You can't." It wasn't like I had wanted to drive the car, but the responses were exactly as I had imagined. They were those sorts of parents. The next day, upon waking up, my chest hurt, and so I was taken to the hospital. Normally, I had little to do with things involving sickness. That was why waiting in the initial waiting room felt extremely boring. Finally, just when I thought the examination was over, this time I went to take x-rays and blood tests. Was made to go on top of that. On top of that, for a long, long time, I was made to wait in boredom. Without noticing, I had finished reading their books of Jump manga that was in the waiting room, and was waiting for a fourth. And just like that, I was made to do the paperwork for being admitted into the hospital. The brand new driver's license that still lay in my shirt pocket. It looked like the time for its debut was a way off. (2004) autumn. Wait, is this the start of a chapter, or?
No, not yet.
Okay. I didn't know if like that those were like the markers for a chapter. All right.
It actually shows you when you can move on to the next chapter.
Okay, got it.
You can just
Got it.
I can relieve you for a while if you want.
No, I'll keep going. Around when those very noisy citadels had stopped crying.
Cicadas.
Cicadas? Oh, cicadas, yeah. As usual, I went to the hospital. Of course, it wasn't like I was always admitted into the hospital. I would be in and out. Last month, I had my first experience with surgery. After being discharged, I commuted 5 minutes from outpatient care by a scooter. And even from then on, admitted, discharged, outpatient care, gradually moving into being admitted again. I didn't know anything about PET or ERISA, but I noticed that through the comings and goings that a number of months had passed. In exchange, my decreasing appetite, the types and amounts of drugs increased. Even I could see with my own eyes that my strength was declining. My legs felt a bit thin, but that's not your imagination. The needle, the scale would tell me. And yet, I was looking at myself somehow objectively, as if watching a stranger, like looking at a single scene on television. The sudden things that happened to my body, my head couldn't keep up with them. The feeling that what was happening was real didn't arise. And so, even though it was supposed to be my own body, I could only watch myself from afar with cold eyes. Winter. Around when Christmas trees were disappearing from the streets. Perhaps was due to it being the end of the year, but I was allowed to return home. In the end, it seemed to only be temporary, but even then, I was a bit happy. In the mix of rain and sleet, I returned home for the first time in a while. For some reason, every time everyone in the family was gathered. Even though my parents normally didn't speak much, while being a bit soft, they smiled at me. While being a bit stiff, they smiled at me. The little sister who I always argued with, made my favorite cream stew and fried shrimp. We sat next to each other in the kotatsu. They peeled... Oh, they peeled mandarins for me. They were exclusive. Exclusively kind. That was the impression it left. During this time, I had just a bit of realization. Still left in my pocket was that brand new license. That license, without giving rise to any particular value, might expire. While having still unnatural smiles directed at me. Calmly, vaguely, rather simply, I thought of that, as if thinking of someone else. January 2005. The new year came, and I returned again to the hospital. For some reason, on that day, I didn't go to the 4th floor, but instead to a conference room was made to go. There, with my father and a doctor, I heard many things. Was made to listen. It was that thing called modification, probably. They had an extremely indirect way of speaking, but in the end, it seemed like I was going to die. I see. That was why I was only able to reply with that. I couldn't find other words from when I entered until I left the room. That was all that I said. Accepting my answer, the doctor moved the ballpoint pen in his hand. Most likely, it was the paperwork for the hospital. To be the very end. He was very, very businesslike. My father was very, very much the same. It was such a simple thing. That was my honest impression. And then, between that day and the next, I changed from the 4th to the 7th floor, then a 6-patient room to a single. And also, the 7th floor itself was a bit different from the other floors. For one thing, the floors were sparkling. The ceilings were much higher, much broader. Inside the rooms, it was extremely clean. The large windows seemed designed to let in lots of sunlight. However, the windows only opened a tiny bit. When I tried measuring, it was just slightly smaller than allowing your head to pass through. The other thing was the color of the ID bracelets changed. Since the day I was admitted, a vinyl bracelet was always wrapped around my wrist. Upon it was my name and blood type. The color had changed from blue to white. High ceilings white vinyl bracelets. Windows that could only open 15 centimeters. The day I was transferred to the 7th floor, it was when the boring New Year's programs were still being broadcast. The time I met her for the first time was also at the very beginning of the year. Winter 2005, the 7th floor. Across the hall, facing the nurse's station. Actually, I guess that was the cold open. Did you want to read this?
We can keep going. I'm gonna start with chapter 1 proper. It's okay.
Okay.
I can relieve you if you want.
Just give me a second. Okay, I was just moving a chair over.
I'm here to support you. So, if you want me to relieve you.
I got it. Across the hall, facing the nurse. Sorry?
Just let me know if you want me to relieve you.
Alright, thank you. Across was a lounge-like place. Left in that unpopulated place was a number of sofas, folding chairs, and a large television. On that 28-inch CRT, a meaningless New Year's program was running. Watching that boring television with an equally bored expression was some girl. She had a small build and wore pink pajamas. Her wrist had, just like I did, a white bracelet. Hair that was in her hips left an impression. Hey you, is that interesting? There wasn't with any particular deep meaning, since there was no one around. I tried speaking to her profile. Not particularly. That was all that she replied with. She didn't even turn towards me, even though I had spoken to her. Perhaps she had absolutely no interest in me. She continued to gaze at the television with a bored look. If it's so boring, we don't need to watch it. As I thought that, I also sat down in a folding chair. And sitting next to her, oh shit, I didn't get to do that. Quietly, we continued to gaze at the television.
Hi. Oh, by the way, just a tip. If you skip something, you can just... You have mouse.
Oh, is...
Scroll up to roll back.
I don't think that actually works. Let me see if I can.
Use the scroll wheel to roll up and go back. I guess not.
Oh,
Sorry.
shit. Yeah, I don't think I can do that. Sorry. Say you. Suddenly, the girl spoke to me. While still gazing at the television. You're on which time? Which time? What does that mean? Coming here, the 7th floor. Sorry, I don't understand the meaning of the question. I see. It's your first. It seemed that at my inability to understand what she was saying, she had up and gotten satisfied with the judgment. Well, there's no one else around. So it's my duty. Duty? That's the kind of rule. There's that kind of rule.
While nodding, she added that there was a rule for someone to teach people who first came here to the 7th floor. Even now, I understand nothing. And as if ignoring me, the girl slowly began speaking. Well, listen closely, alright? The girl's words came by ones and twos. They were slightly different compared to the doctor's speech that I had heard up until coming here. In that business-like speech from the doctor, it was said that this was a place to await the advancement of medicine. It was also called a place for healing the heart. Most likely, broadly speaking, that was probably correct. However, from what the girl said, that was a facade. This 7th floor was within the hospital, but was the only place that didn't give treatments. Simply a place to wait for the end of life. That's what the girl said. That's what I also felt, and had the same perception. I'm on the 2nd time, you see. 2nd time? What's that? Coming to this place.
and the girl taught me. This place called the 7th floor, to be here from one moment of administration all the way until dying, first of all, apparently didn't happen. Even if being cured was impossible, if your health becomes better, then they would allow you to go home once. But after a while, if it turns bad, and once again you come back, among those comings and goings, eventually you die. The place where life ran out, it only differed between home and the 7th floor. Without fail, one would die in either of those. It seems no one has ever escaped that. It was with that meaning that the girl had meant by saying it was her second time. Well, I'll only say this once. So from here on, listen well. Still looking at the dull screen, the girl continued speaking. Even more. The subject being not about what time the lights would be out, and the normal sorts of topics exchanged between admitted patients. She taught me about totally different things. On the third time, you're given a temporary discharge. Prepare yourself. There's never a fourth. You won't be going home anymore. If there's a time that you want to run away, go not to Station A, but towards Station B. Don't eat anything. That is the shortest path. It will end with the least burden to your family. It was only full of these sorts of topics that gives one pause. Most likely, it was something only for the people who came here. Though just those who participated in moving towards death. There were the things that have continued to be passed down. Was the duty you mentioned earlier this? Yes, that's right. Someday you tell it to newcomers too, okay? With those final words, the girl slowly stood up, gently. Her long hair swayed and bushled and brushed the tip of of my nose. Well, it's time for taking temperature, so... And then, just like that, with her back facing me, she began walking towards the hall. I was left alone in that place, with the laughing voice from the screen and the white flowers decorating around the window. In the end, the girl never once looked in my direction. From then, when a few days had passed. Finally, the New Year's programs ended, and soon the third terms of middle and high school would be starting. Today in the lounge, once more, the figures of the girl and I were staring at the television. It's boring, isn't it? Indeed. The word came back in reply, but both of us were conversing while continuing to gaze at the screen. Hey, is this place always like this? I don't understand the meaning of your question. Ah, I meant how there's no one around. Nurses, doctors, and add to the helpers. And add to that helpers. If you take them out, then aside from our own caregivers, I have never seen anyone. I guess it's because it's New Year's. You want to know the reason for that? Ah, no. It's not like I meant that. Then I won't say. An exchange that wasn't even a conversation. We indefinitely exchanged back and forth. A slight breeze came from the windows that couldn't open more than 15 centimeters. Occasionally, it would sway the girl's hair, and, in the same way, would sway the white flowers decorating around the windows. The two of us, while watching the boring television, we're only spending days passing time. Then came the sound of slippers. Oh, the two of you were in a place like this. Saying that while running up was an elderly nurse. From just glancing at the nurse's station once in a while, this person seemed to be the chef of the 7th floor. So, Setsumi-san, you don't have a fever? It's alright, I don't have one. Setsumi. Apparently, this was the girl's name. You can't be roaming about outside without permission anymore, okay? Alright, everyone gets worried. That doesn't really matter. My, what kind of statement is that? Really, girls these days, there's just no helping them. And for a while more, the nurse continued scolding. To that, she, the girl that called Satsumi, let it go by. with an indifferent expression. As if ignoring the somewhat noisy nurse, she continued watching the boring screen. Well, later, I'll be coming to take a blood sample, alright? With those final words, once again, the nurse returned back to the nurse's station. Hey you. I mean, I can call you Setsumi, right? Wrapped around the girl's wrist was the white vinyl bracelet. While looking at the blood type and name there, I asked, "Is something wrong, Setsumi? Why is there no honorific?" What? Even though you're the youngest one, even though you're the younger one. Hey. What is it that I'm the younger one? No real reason. I just thought so. It wasn't that I was upset at the word younger. I was just, no matter how you looked at it, one would believe I was 5, 6 years older. That was why I took out my license. That was in my chest pocket and showed it to her. How about it? Even though I look like this, I'm 20, you know? Like I thought, younger. With just a glance at the license, the girl gave only that reply. Hey, I don't really get it. It doesn't matter, does it? It's only just a bit older. As always, the girl spoke softly, with no expression. Those eyes, while looking at the boring television, I felt they were also looking at the same place, at some place far away. When the morning temperature taking ended, I got into the elevator, trying not to be seen by the nurses. Coming to the first floor, deliberately passing through the entrance for outpatients, and I just kept walking out of the hospital. The destination was the place I was taught before. Not the nearby Station A, but the far Station B. It wasn't like I was planning on running away. The 7th floor, or home. There was no one who died outside of those two. Before, that was what I'd heard. It also seemed that girl called Setsumi had also gone many times to Station B. That was why, for no reason, I simply felt like wanting to go see that place once. It's not like those are guards. It's not like there are guards around. Even so, us residents of the 7th floor were different from other admitted patients. While also thinking about the "but maybe" I continued walking on the street to the early morning station area, glancing at hurrying commuters and people going to school. I slowly moved on at a measured pace. After walking a while, taking about 25 minutes, I finally arrived before the station. In terms of bus stops, it was about 4's distance. In a way, there's quite a bit of people around. That was the first impression upon seeing Station B. Because my clothes were pajamas, I stood out somewhat. However, it was just like this. I bought a train ticket. I felt cold without a single I felt could, without a single problem, go anywhere. Oh, I felt I could. Okay. Why was it not Station A, but this Station B? That was recommended. I didn't know. However, if one were planning to run away, I thought it was a simple thing. Certainly, this girl was also supposed to have come many times. But why was it that she still remained in the 7th floor? Even now, I wonder. Early morning before the station, while watching the people hurrying by, suddenly, that thought occurred to me. That night, after the lights had been turned off, holding onto a book of manga, unable to sleep, I wandered around the ward alone. Normally, wandering around after lights out would get one scolded badly, but the residents of the 7th floor were given a relative amount of freedom. And with the lights off, the usual lounge was pitch dark. There, I saw her figure. Hey, today you're looking outside. In the dark room, there was a response, but that face remained looking beyond the window. Immediately, I started talking about what happened during the day. That reminds me, this morning, I went all the way to the station. And like you told me, I went to see Station B. I see. But the girl's response was no different from the usual. Because she was supposed to have gone before. I had thought that these might have been some kind of reaction. But thinking about that, as well as she still maintained her here. how she still remained here. Did it mean she really had no intention of running away? I will soon be able to go home. Eh? Suddenly, the girl opened her mouth. Words as if she had seen clear through my heart just now. But next is the third time, after all. So, we might not be able to meet anymore. That's right. Most likely, when she said that she would be able to go home, she was talking about a temporary discharge. In this place called the 7th floor, being admitted more than 3 times, it apparently never happened. Especially, unlike the elderly, when considering the rate of progression of disease, it was even more so than younger patients like us. With that kind of meaning came the words, "We won't meet again." Say, which would you choose? So, which would you choose? Choose what? Which one you plan on dying at? Suddenly, hearing the word death, my words caught for just a moment. Well, I haven't thought about it yet. I see. Well, you're still on your first time. The girl spoke in a lonely murmur. Of course, I knew even I couldn't be here forever. Like everyone else, going in and out of the hospital, slowly weakening until someday. In the end, either this 7th floor or surrounded by the smiles, it would come to a choice between those two, probably. I don't want home, but I don't want here either. Then, what will you do? Nothing in particular. I won't do anything. While I'm still able to walk on my own, I'll just go somewhere. Somewhere? You? Even though it was obvious, if one wanted to run away, one could. This girl still remained on the 7th floor. When I thought about that, do you have some other place to go to? You want to put me back. You want to pull me back. Eh? Or perhaps you want to come with me. No, I didn't mean it like that. Then don't ask. While gazing on the window, the girl spoke indifferently. As always, it had been a conversation where she did not even look in my direction. However, just that time, I saw that her unusual expression, profile, seemed sad. Taught that the third temporary discharge would be the last. The first time I've come to the 7th floor. And then a girl who would soon face her second time. For me, I still couldn't really feel the things that were happening in reality, but someday, would I also come to make such a face? From before dawn, rain fell, occasionally also changing to enter sleet or snow. It lightly continued coming down. Within that, I was in the usual place, watching the television. As always, the 7th floor was devoid of people. Is it interesting? Nope. Boring. The girl came from the other side, exchanging only those words. She quietly sat in the folding chair next to me. And then, today also, the two began gazing at the television. Surely, the girl was also the same. There was nothing else to do. Nothing else that they could do. Ah. Surprisingly, she responded to something on the television. Something the matter? Not particularly. The words were the same. Not particularly. But it was the response that was different from the usual for the girl.
Yeah?
Oh shit, I can make this. Becoming interested, I turned my eyes to the screen. What was on the screen was some kind of nature scene on a beautiful hill. Trees and flowers blended into the landscape. And focused on the screen were a great many white flowers. They were flowers I remembered seeing before. They resembled the white flowers, even now decorating by the windows. Are these the same flower? Look, aren't they exactly like these? While speaking, I pointed first at the screen and then towards the window. They are the same kind, but strictly speaking, they're different. Giving just a glance at the flowers by the window,
The girl, once again, returned to gazing at the television while answering. To say the truth, even if she denied that they were the same, to me, I didn't know the differences between the two. And anyways, for me, whether the flowers were the same or different, it didn't really matter. Instead of that, the girl normally would never participate in the conversation. The girl surprisingly continued with her words. That was why I also tried to maintain the conversation. Are you maybe knowledgeable about this sort of thing? Not particularly. Really. But I can tell the difference. But I can't tell the difference. The white flowers blooming beyond the screen. The flowers in the vases behind the girl's profile. While vaguely looking at both of them, I continued further with any words. So these are orchids or lilies. Look, they've got a whitish color, right? Even though I had no interest, I managed to continue speaking. However, the girl soon became like usual and fell silent. With her usual expression, she only gazed at the boring screen. And when I had given up on the possibility that she would take up the conversation and once again began to move my eyes back to the television. Narcissus. Eh? Eh? They're narcissus. While answering, for the first time, she faced me, swaying her long, waist-length hair, while pointing at the flowers shown on TV. She looked at me, just like the flowers displayed on the screen. There was a white vinyl bracelet wrapped around a wrist with white skin. The first time that I saw that face, I thought I saw the briefest of smiles. Prologue, chapter 1.
Is my turn?
Yeah.
It's my turn for chapter 2.
Okay.
So, by the way, I can't hear the audio. I can only hear bits of it, I guess, from your Steam Deck or something. If you fail to share your system audio, You did the screen share.
Oh, let's see. Can I do that? Cause like I don't. Then would you be able to hear me?
Discord, yes. Oh, would it cause an echo? Then never mind.
It might. Yeah, it might.
So,
Can I just?
my voice is a bit off. Testing 1, 2, 3.
Okay, so I'm not the only one who thinks it sounds kind of distorted.
I think it's because okay.
It could just be because like Discord. What?
I think it's because my voice is coming out from 2 different sources on OBS.
Oh, yeah, it might be. It might be like bleeding through on the microphone, maybe?
I don't know. My voice could be coming from your system audio and from somewhere else.
Okay, it's coming. Okay, so game audio. It might just be bleeding through.
Is my voice audible enough?
Audio. Wait. Hang on.
You can hear me just fine. Like, can the audience hear me just fine? Interguard is active there.
By the
can
way,
you hear me just
each
fine? Each
time you
sounds
sent
great.
back to this chapter, select.
Yes, each time you finish a chapter, you'll get sent back to the chapter select
Okay, yeah.
screen, so you'll know for sure.
We hear
that
you.
you finished.
It just sounds strange. Okay. This'll work, I guess.
Okay. So let's begin.
There we
Chapter
go.
2. Overcooked. A few days passed, and the winter became even more serious. Out in the world, it was in the middle of what is called examination season. As always, the 2 of us were watching the television today.
Wait, shit, hold on. Oh my god.
It's echoing.
Give me a second.
Several different sources.
Yeah, I was like trying to turn the volume up on my computer and it started the thing on YouTube. That is good music. Anyway.
It's boring, isn't it? Indeed. An exchange that couldn't even be called a conversation. They were days where the 2 of us only meaninglessly passed the time. Speaking of which, for you, when was it?
Oh, you recommend that when you end the stream, you finish whatever chapter you're on and end it on the chapter and end on the chapter select.
That's a good idea. Today, I see. It's today, eh? Here, the today that we spoke about was what she had told me before her temporary discharge. We might not meet anymore.
Pick up the phone. Oh shit. Okay. I wonder if I can turn. Just give me 1 second. I'm gonna adjust something.
What you need to do, I think, is to turn on system audio as an audio source in OBS.
It is on.
It is on system audio. So it should be picking up the system audio from Discord. So if you're adding Discord as an audio source, you need to mute that in OBS.
Oh wait, Discord is an audio source.
Yes, go and mute that.
I don't think Discord. I have desktop audio as a source.
Yes, but you should check your other audio sources. It might have been added on automatically. Yes,
Let me hold on.
Why not screen share your OBS settings?
Okay, I muted desktop audio as a source. Does that sound better? Because like they should be able to still hear you, but it would just come out of the microphone, so it would be lower quality. Is that gonna work?
I don't know. Testing 1, 2, 3. How do I sound, guys?
This wasn't a problem for the last VN stream. Okay. Well, I did have the microphone slightly further away because I was at my desk.
So, like,
This is about
give
the
this
same.
a try. Make system audio your audio source.
I
System
sound
audio
perfectly.
is
L
your
just sounds off.
microphone.
Okay. Well, we'll try
Just
this.
system audio and microphone. And it should work fine. Just microphone and then just system audio. Everything else mute.
Well, I don't want to mute game audio because that's.
Do it.
Okay.
Just mute it on OBS. It's okay. It will pick up system audio. So game will be part of system audio. Trust me.
Okay. Better.
Okay, can you guys still hear the game? You can still hear it, right? And I should sound a bit better.
Again, this is coming through a capture device, so I'm not playing this on my PC. I'm playing it on a Steam Deck through a capture device.
Game is still on. Wonderful. How is my voice? Hello.
You do sound better, but it's still off. Okay, well, if you can hear mid-tier, if you guys can still hear it, this is probably the best we're gonna get.
Hello. Can you still hear me? It's fine. Okay.
Yeah, this is the best we're gonna get. Sorry.
Hey. Wait a minute. Can you screen share OBS? With me for just a bit. I want to see.
Okay.
Just
Give
a
me a
little
second.
bit.
Give me a second.
Let's try to troubleshoot this a bit. I think this can be fixed. I don't even know how I sound actually.
It sounds really loud on my end, but if everyone else... Can you see OBS?
No, I see a black screen that's trying to load.
Oh.
I think the best way to do this is to share your entire screen.
Okay.
And I got disconnected. What?
No, you're not disconnected. You
There we
should
go.
be.
Oh, I saw it.
Oh, you got it?
Yes.
Okay.
Can you just screen share your entire screen?
Okay.
That should do it. So end screen sharing this one first, I think. Stop sharing this one. Share your entire screen instead of just a game. That should work. Is it? Oh, you started a different stream here. That's why. Okay, here it is. Okay. Alright, you have game audio.
Yeah, I just mute... Or,
You have HD capture muted. audio mixer, mic, or system audio. Should be a...
Desktop audio 2.
Why are there two of those?
I don't actually know. I don't know if there's really any reason to do that.
There's desktop audio 1, there's desktop audio 2. Testing desktop audio. Testing. Okay, scroll down a bit, I think. See where else I'm coming from. It should be coming from somewhere else.
I can probably, like, delete some of it. Well, actually, hang on. Let me just, like, for shits and giggles, I'm gonna mute this.
That is not muted. Okay, it's muted.
Just, like, switching to see, like, if this desktop audio is somehow better than the other one.
Testing. Testing. 1, 2, 3. Testing. I'm coming from somewhere else. I see it. Let's see. I'm coming from the HD capture. What else do you have below? Nothing else?
No, that's all. Just, like, game capture, HD capture, which I can probably delete one of these as well.
Microphone. I'm coming from your microphone as well.
Yeah, okay, so... Yeah, that's what I was saying. Okay, so what if I just...
Let me go to your settings.
What if I just, like, turn off everything but the microphone? How does that sound?
No, I don't think that's going to work.
To my OBS settings?
No. Go to the 3 dots next to your microphone.
That's a good point. Is it configured properly?
Yeah. Just see advanced audio properties, please.
It should be on... That's advanced audio properties. Hang on.
There we go. Alright. Desktop audio, monitor off, HD capture, monitor, and output. Okay, scroll down to, scroll down. There should be some more in advanced audio properties. Scroll down to your microphone in advanced audio properties. You can scroll down a bit more. There you go. So, microphone is monitor off. This HD capture. That is interesting.
Hang on, let me actually just turn it on just to see, like, even, like, what the problem is.
Wait a second. That's weird. Yeah. Let me look this up.
It sounds fine. I mean, it sounds fine. It's just kind of low quality sounding.
Prevent microphone. Prevent mic from picking up system audio.
Sounds relatively fine on my end.
How do you make the microphone not pick up PC audio? What's that?
I'm just monitoring the stream on my iPad. Okay, yeah, it does sound. It does sound. I see what he means, though. Like, it does sound distorted, even on. It sounds distorted. Are you using like the right audio source, or maybe it is actually my Discord? Maybe I do need to like adjust.
Audio source?
Or maybe
you can hear me just fine, right?
I can.
Here is one other way of doing this. Here's one other way of doing this. You add a new audio source.
Can I just okay?
Add a new audio source in OBS. And use Discord as the new audio source.
I don't know if I can do. I don't know if that's a possibility. I'll look.
You can do that. Yes. You can do that. New audio. Input.
Oh, what? Oh, yeah, is it an input? Okay.
Right here. Yeah, that one. Name it Discord or something. Sources, Discord. There. What happened to it?
Oh, I just deleted it because like it didn't have any.
I think you should. It's like when you're on the phone and you hear the voice of someone else through another phone.
Oh, is there an echo?
No, don't make a scene. Just cancel that.
Oh, is that what I? Okay.
Yeah, cancel it. It's at the center. You cancel
Give me a
it.
second.
I like when you're on the phone. Yeah. Okay, so just add Discord as a source, maybe. That should work.
Do you think? I'm thinking maybe it. That might be it.
Browser. Maybe browsers. What do you use? Is it? No, not audio. Not audio. Cancel.
Okay.
Cancel it. Cancel. What kind of Discord are you using? Maybe a window capture source or an audio capture source.
Well, window capture would just capture the video, wouldn't it?
It would capture the video and the audio, so that could work.
Okay.
Although I guess you'd have to hide it somehow. Yeah, just why don't you try it? Just put it behind the game, and it might work. Can you try it? Yeah. So just capture Discord. Yeah, just capture it.
And
And
I'm
then
gonna...
just put it behind the, there we go.
Well, I just hit it.
There. And it should show up on your audio mixer now.
Let me
The
see.
Discord thing should be there somewhere. If it's capturing the audio at all.
I don't think it is. I don't think that's usually how it works. Yeah, no. I think I usually have to like.
No, because you're not making it visible. Make it visible. Just put it underneath. Make it visible, and it should appear there.
Let me see.
Testing. 1, 2, 3.
No, it's not an audio source.
Not showing up in your audio mixer for some reason.
Again, like if it's window capture, I don't think it's gonna do that.
2, 3. Testing. 1, is why, I think. Oh well. Well, let's just go on like this, I suppose.
Yeah,
Not
it's
much
fine.
can be done. Okay, I'm gonna switch over here to the game. Are we ready?
All right. Okay, you can see OBS. Or, wait, hang on. That's right.
I'm
Give me a
just,
second.
back to the game. Yep, that's what's happening right now.
There we go.
Dear God, that's what's happening. Okay, are we ready?
Aye, aye, Captain. Okay.
Okay. That's right. Even if she were to once again return to the 7th floor, just one more was probably the limit. In that time, surely I would also be coming and going between home and this place. For the two of us, that a timing existed for us to meet again was quite unthinkable. Did you decide? That which do you want to die at thing? No, not yet. I see. She nodded in a slightly lonely way. The expression was probably because she was someone going on their second temporary discharge. While I have yet to realize things, the doctors have not discussed my first temporary discharge. That reminds me. In the end, did she decide on her own answer for herself? The patter of slippers came from the hall. Next to me, the arrangements are done. Coming here and speaking was an older lady. Most likely, it was the girl's mother. To me, since I was sitting next to her, the mother bowed her head slightly.
We should be live again.
We're live.
I need to turn on the start virtual camera.
Okay.
And okay, we're good there.
Testing 1, 2, 3. How do I sound?
Mid-tier says we're back.
Okay. Shall
Yeah.
I continue?
Yeah, let's just continue.
And then she stretched out her hand to the girl that was her daughter. Next time.
Hold on.
Okay, yeah.
But the girl didn't make to leave the place. Even when her mother tugged on her hand for some reason, she didn't make the stand for the folding chair. What's wrong? Says me. It hurts a bit. Eh? Hurts where? Your chest? Stomach? Chest. Wait here. I'll go call the doctor now. a slapping sound with her guest slippers, the lady ran towards the nurse's station. Left in that place was a girl still hunched over in the folding chair, and me. Her condition or its progression I knew absolutely nothing about. The things that I knew were, her name was said to me, blood type O, only the things that were on the white bracelet. However, we were residents of the 7th floor, and at the least she was worse than me. Hey, until the doctor comes, want to lie down there? As I spoke, I pointed to the couch. There was something that was placed in the corner of the room from before. Look, I'll support your back. It's nothing. I'm already fine. With just that reply, she quickly stood up on her own. Hey, you! Don't force yourself. Faster than I could finish, quickly she walked out into the hall. Night, after the lights were put out. As always, holding a book of manga and able to sleep, I wandered around the hospital. And then, with the lights off, the pitch-dark lounge. There, I found her figure. Yo, you're here again. What's wrong? Feeling bad again? Not particularly. While looking out the window, that was all the girl replied with. In the end, it seemed that the girl's temporary discharge had been postponed. With that, I didn't know when the next opportunity would be, but most likely, the postponement was not in a few days, but weeks. Say, I'm just wondering. But today, are you faking sickness? Well, the term faking sickness itself might have been a bit strange, since after all, we couldn't really be said to be in a normal condition. The important thing is, you didn't want to go on a temporary leave. I don't understand your meaning. Well, you won't have any more after, right? To that question, she remained silent and gave no reply. From before, she had repeatedly asked me which place I planned to die in. And to that, I had not yet decided, while the girl had said she didn't like the home or the 7th floor. You really don't have another place to go, do you? If so, what about it? No, nothing. In the usual lounge, now pitch dark. As always, without even looking my way, the girl sat looking out the window, Even though it was still 11 o'clock, in this place called a hospital, most of the lights were already out. This place was where ordinary and extraordinary days met. Moreover, we were residents of the 7th floor. Already, we could choose nothing outside of the 7th floor and home. From that dark 7th floor window, the girl continued looking out at the outside world, the ordinary world. Still, the buildings and houses shone brightly with light. The roads home were filled with the figures of people hurrying home. I myself had only barely realized my situation, but already I was a resident of the 7th floor, a person of the extraordinary world. Probably, I was already unable to return to that other world. The me whose time has stopped. Numerous seasons, white overcast skies, passed without even the need to exchange words with anyone. In the beginning, from the window, I watched lively children go to school. People walking quickly. When I tired of that, I always watched the television. There was nothing else to do. Nothing else I could do. Even if outside the window it was snowing, the screen had the sun. Without cold, heat, or pain, a dream world spread before my eyes. I sought peace and imaginations. I only greatly increased my knowledge. Simply accumulating more and more meaningless trivia. At some point, the things shown on the television lost their reality. Next, in books, in games, and then family. Finally, even my own body. As if watching some stranger, I lost the ability to understand it as real. That was why, when I came to the 7th floor, I wasn't surprised. If I closed my eyes, always, the world would disappear. That's why I thought I was fine with it. Made myself think I was fine. And soon, I would be discharged a second time. The next time I come here, I might not be able to walk on my own. Even though I knew that, I felt my unresisting self to be wretched. I felt myself, who didn't even have a destination, to be ridiculous. Stopping time, stopping my heart, making a large scar on my chest. And even so, even though I had lived 22 years, I thought it was pathetic. January 19th, 2005, the 7th floor. After a few days more, Mudada. The cloudy days ended yesterday. The high winter sky spread wide. Surprisingly, my father came to visit. In the beginning, he had a pained look on his face. However, he said something about my insurance. At that time, his eyes weren't sad. Well, I had to talk a bit with the doctor. Saying that, my father went down the hall. He seemed to be heading to that place from before, a gloomy conference room. Once again, I was alone in the hospital room. With nothing to do, I stretched my hands out to the weekly magazines bought for me from the store. They were there along with the fruits and juice that he always brought when visiting. Next to the basket with fruit inside. Just in front of the melons that I hated. What came into view were car keys. Shining silver keys. It was the coupe father was so proud of, with the interior he apparently had modified. Before, I had asked on a whim to borrow it, and had been quickly turned down. It was the keys to that car. And in my pajamas chest pocket, the driver's license. That day, even though it had lost its debut, I had continued to carry the license. It was proof of my once ordinary days. Silently, I grasped the keys. I just went and did it. Even I didn't know the exact reason why. Simply, I just did that. It was like watching a single scene on television somewhere. Then, taking the few days' worth of medicine that I had been given, I just placed them in a bag from a convenience store and headed down the hall. Slipping by the nurse's station, I quickly continued to walk towards the elevator. In my right hand, a plastic bag. In my left hand, the car keys. In my chest pocket, the license that was supposed to have lost its debut hid. In front of the launch. The next thing that came into sight was the figure of the girl, as always, watching the television. Sitting in a cheap folding chair, today she was also boredly looking at the screen. Hey, you. Is that interesting? Does it look like it? Nope, not at all. The usual, it seems. Her eyes were as usual, seemingly looking far away. Well then. Shall we go together? While showing her the car key in my hand, I continued speaking. I also don't like home. I also don't like the 7th floor. So, shall we go together? that word, the girl stood up from the folding chair. Lightly, her long hair swayed and brushed the tip of my nose. And so, the girl also packed a few days' worth of medicine into a plastic bag. Then, the two of us placed the 7th floor behind us. I turned off the boring television. The shrilly laughing voice of the host was silenced. The two of us, in pajamas, got on the elevator and ascended from the highest floor to the first. When we came to the first floor, instead of the entrance for emergencies, normal admittance and discharges, we deliberately left from the outpatient entrance and headed to the parking lot. The moment we left the building, a cold winter blast struck us in the face. In the parking lot, with few obstructions, the wind felt even stronger. Together, while peering around cautiously, we walked around the parking lot. Then, after searching for a while, we finally found Dad's car. A silver coupe. The car Dad was so proud of that he even changed the interior. Quickly, I inserted the key and opened the door. All the door locks popped open. Hey, you can get in. All right. I slammed the door shut. I sank myself into the deep driver's seat. For the girl in the passenger seat, because of her height, even if she sat normally, it was difficult for her to see the front. Next, I put the key in my hand into ignition, and as I turned it, stepped on the accelerator. It was all exactly like what the training center had taught. In moments, the sound of the engine reverberated in the interior. After that, release the parking brake and just let go of the clutch. With this, we can go anywhere. Should be able to go anywhere. Well, here we go. The girl gave a small nod, and in response, I shifted into second gear. And quietly, the car set off. As the chassis rattled from the unfamiliar clutch, slowly it went on. It's shaky, isn't it? Ah, it's the first time in this car after all. And while we're on this subject, it's the first time driving since getting my license. I see. Eventually, it appeared before us, the hospital parking lot exit. Just beyond it was a large road. I pulled the car out into the rightless intersection.
So sorry to interrupt, but Katsu is saying it's supposed to be pronounced Narketsu?
Narcissu.
Narcissu. Okay.
Narcissu. From behind came the sound of car horns, blaring at us as we suddenly pulled into the lane. The unfamiliar clutch ground when the gears shifted, while the silver coupe ran in fits and starts. Perhaps the cars behind us were especially angry. It didn't seem like they would stop honking for a while. Even so, without paying them any particular mind, I drove. The feeling of reality was somehow thin. Hey, you. What? Are you afraid? Being afraid would be better? No, not really. Still morning, the sun was high. Looking beyond the windshield, the January winter sky was painted so blue, it somehow felt sorrowful. It wasn't like we had a destination. That day, under the winter sky, the car swayed with the unfamiliar clutch. That day, in our pajamas, the two of us aimed for the national road. That winter day, January 19, 2005, Ibaraki, Mito Highway. Around when that so very high sun was turning orange. We continued to drive. Simply at random, the car continued running. And then, when the area turned into an unfamiliar place, I'm stopping for a bit. Finally, I brought the car to a stop. Outside of the city area, by the roadside somewhere, a lonely place that didn't seem to have much traffic. Stopping the car in a place I didn't even know the name of, I started inspecting the interior. If there were things that would even be the slightest bit useful, we had rushed out without any preparation, and I could see that we would be in trouble very soon. While thinking about that, first I searched the dashboard in front of me. There really isn't much, is there? Just a few hundred yen worth of what appeared to be change from the expressways. The rest were just a few books of manga and a disposable camera. It wasn't like we had a destination, but it seemed that the navigation system installed in the car was broken too. And also, the amount of money I had was about 8,000 yen. While leaving, I had hurriedly stuffed my life savings into my pocket. With that, and adding in the change in front of me, it could barely make 9,000 yen. Of course, it wasn't like I had been expecting to find anything in the car from the start. But with this budget, we'd probably be in trouble really soon. I could definitely believe that we wouldn't find any decent lodging. Even saying that, I doubt that the girl had any money. Is something wrong? No, it's nothing. Oh well. It didn't matter. I should have known this from the start. To begin with, it wasn't like we had thought up arrangements or plans before acting. Instead of that, right now I wanted to move. I didn't want to sit still. Under the now darkening sky, once again, the silver coupe ran. By the way, are you hungry? As I drove, I spoke to the one sitting next to me, thinking about it. We hadn't eaten since this morning. For now, let's go to a convenience store? No. Hey, don't be so picky. And compared to the 7th floor's food, it absolutely has to be better. At my words, the girl returned silence. Those downcast eyes, their line of sight was on the pink pajamas that she wore. Now that you say, that's right. As I spoke, I looked down at my own clothes. Certainly, in these pajamas, wherever we went, we'd stand out too much. It wasn't like it was fine inside the car either, but in any case, we had to do something about these clothes. Making that decision, I turned the wheel from the main road and headed into town. After running a while, the place that we came to was some street I didn't know the name of. Surely it must be near some station, since it was a street where about that number of people could be seen. In a place like this, you'd think there'd be one. While glancing around the area searching, I moved the car on, lightly raising my body in the seat while driving. Found one. In a short while, I spotted a coin-operated laundromat. It appeared quite rundown and was on the first floor of a small apartment building. This place might just be perfect. A short distance away from the entrance, I parked the car. Alright, just wait a minute. I shut the door with a slam. Leaving the girl who was making a puzzled face, I headed to the coin-op laundromat on foot. Just past the automatic doors, my nose picked up the scent of bleach and detergent. Inside, it was just as run down as the exterior, filled with old washing machines and dryers. There's no one around. utter those words in the empty shop. There, raising a low sound while spinning, was a single unit in use. Quickly approaching the machine, I started to check the timer. It looked like 200 yen had been inserted, and it was set for 30 minutes. Also, it had been going on for only 5 minutes. Most likely, until it was about done, the person was passing time somewhere. With that deduction, once again, from the entrance, I looked around for someone that seemed like that sort of person. Then, making sure that no one was in sight, I placed my hands on the revolving dryer's door. And suddenly opened it. The machine rumbled to a sudden stop. Open in the middle of a drying cycle, the machine was forced into a stop temporarily. Ignoring the glass of heat and damp air, I took out a mass of half-dry clothing from inside. Then, carrying it just like that in both hands, I looked around once more before I put the shop behind me. I opened the car door and got in. Seeing both of my hands filled with laundry, the girl raised a bit of a surprised voice. However, paying no heed to that, I threw them into the back seat. Well, we're going. I started up the engine again. With one hand on the wheel, I eyed the pile of laundry I'd thrown in the back. At a glance, there it was all flashy-looking jeans and sweatshirts. All the sizes seemed to be on the large side. They were still wet, but inside the car, with the heat from the vents, it'd probably be dry soon. Later, it changed into something you like. For those words also came no particular reply. She simply looked at the pile of laundry. Well, what else could we do? I know. Even for me, it wasn't like I did this because I liked it. The money that we held wasn't like we were set on an errand with it. However, with what we had on hand now, buying new clothes would have been a tight situation. When the face of the moon really came out, and we had driven for a while, I stopped the car near some park somewhere. It was most likely some kind of children's park, tucked in the middle of a residential neighborhood. In the middle of that, he began to search through the clothes stolen earlier. Most likely, because of the heating in the car, the laundry was totally dry. Looks like it really is all guy stuff. Exactly as when I had glanced at them, it was all gaudy jeans and sweats. Most likely, it was someone about my age, and size-wise, something close. And then, while still sitting in the driver's seat, I grabbed a pair of suitable jeans and sweatshirt and started to change. Hey, you should change into something too. They're all too big. And you're going to be always in pajamas? All right. With a reluctant reply, the girl took hold of a pair of jeans and opened the door. Hey, where are you going? Change. With just that answer, she began walking towards the restroom that could be seen in the park just ahead. Door opened again with a click. Hey there, that was quick. In moments, the girl returned. The pink pajamas that she had been wearing up until now was in her hand, and she had changed into jeans and a white sweatshirt. What a... Yes?
What?
Are you right, Clinton?
Oh, it's. What am I
Hey,
I don't know what
just,
it. That's weird. I don't
there
know.
we go.
I just pressed escape.
Okay. We are past this part. Well, it's good that you managed to put something on. There was no reply. It was something I saw coming. The size was too much, and draped rather heavily on her. Since the jeans were too long, the legs were rolled up a number of times, while the top sweatshirt was in the same way folded over. The pajamas were better. Well, don't say that. It's a bit warmer this way. At my words, he gave me just the slightest dissatisfied look. Yes, something more feminine would have been better. Not particularly. The girl's usual response. Even though I had thought she was dissatisfied with a poofy sweatshirt, soon she returned to being expressionless. Suddenly, it started raining.
Oh no.
Oh no! As if it had forgotten how to stop, rain spilled from the cold January sky. Looking from inside the car, countless raindrops on the windshield. One by one, they would grow too big to stick. A number would gather, overflow, and turn into a rivulet. Then, while flowing down, they would involve other rivulets and flow even more. The two of just sat gazing at the sort of rain from inside the car. In some parking lot somewhere, a lonely place in the mountains. Having finished shopping at a convenience store, they were spending the night. On the menu for each of us, 2 onigiri, 500 milligrams of pokari, and half an order of fries. It's been a while since we've been having this stuff, huh? With one hand holding the convenience store onigiri, the girl murmured. Thinking about it, if normally it wasn't all that splendid, but compared to the food on the 7th floor, it was good enough. And then, when the both of us reached out towards the fries, suddenly, the girl's hand stopped. Is something wrong? Not particularly. While answering, her line of sight turned towards the whitely fogged windshield. There by the roadside, a number of white flowers could be seen. White flowers soaked by the rain. I didn't know whether they were planted by someone or were there naturally, but those flowers seemed familiar. Those were Narcissu. Narcissus. They're also called daffodils.
Oh, really? Okay. So a narcissus. Okay. I actually didn't know.
Ah, those were daffodils. I didn't know too much about plants and all, but daffodils I had at least heard the name before.
Same.
And also, I recall that even though the girl would normally speak only rarely, she would uncharacteristically join in a conversation on this topic. That's why I went along and continued to speak. And I guess these are also different from those two. Strictly speaking, they're different. They're quite rare things then, aren't they? Not particularly. They're everywhere. Everywhere? Like where? For me, it wasn't like I put very much meaning in the statement. It was intended simply from the flow of conversation as a natural question. And yet she thought for a moment, and slowly opened her mouth. West. West? Awajishima is famous. Hey, wait! Awajishima, you mean? Just how far away do you think that is from here? For someone who had only just started driving like me, I couldn't even make a guess. Most likely, it was easily around 700 kilometers. And even using the expressways, I couldn't even begin to estimate the time it would take. First thing, considering our funds, it certainly didn't seem enough. Even if we stayed off the expressways and used the smaller roads, the cost of gasoline itself was ominous. Look, don't to such a place, right? Who said anything about wanting to go? Eh? I was asked, so I simply answered. With just that answer, the girl once again gazed beyond the windshield at those flowers. The glass inside the car, cooled from the rain, was fog white. She cast her gaze beyond even that. It wasn't as if I wanted to go there also. However, it also wasn't as if we had another place to go. Alright, it's your turn. First, I'd like to ask though, what do you think so far?
So, I mean, definitely... So definitely, like, I didn't know anything, going in. And I think my first thought is it's definitely it definitely feels like this was like written by one person, and my
Yes, it was.
and like reading it, like English was definitely not their first language, because I noticed like a lot of like grammatical errors, typos, things like that.
The typos are the fault of the translators.
Oh,
There's a better
okay.
translation.
The thing
There's
was,
a much better translation.
oh, okay. So my thought, my one question was like the music. Did the person writing it, did they write the music, or is it like stock, like public
Yeah.
domain, or?
Basically, the writer is a professional, but this was done as a side project.
Okay.
So, the writer has tons of connections. So, the music was done especially for this project by some other professionals.
Okay, so like the writer have they done like any actual games, or do they just do like VNs?
Tomo Kataoka. No, Tomo Kataoka is famous for visual novels.
Okay.
Basically. Alright.
Hang
Do
on.
you want to continue? It's your turn, so I
I'm-
sit back.
Select title. I'm trying. Oh, there we go. What?
Choose the first one.
I think I did. Oh, it's making me go back to the beginning. What the hell?
No, it won't. It's okay.
Wait.
Alright. Just
Okay.
click it. Wait,
Shit.
wait. Go back. It's different.
Oh, did I?
This is
Is this
return
Narcissus
to
too?
title, please. This is side second.
Okay. Return to title, I think? Yeah.
Yes.
I was wondering, like, return to title or quit.
No, return to title.
Yeah.
Start. Click on the blue image. Yes, that one.
Is it this? Okay.
Alright,
Okay, good.
she did.
All right. I'm thinking I'll probably be able to read this, and then I guess we'll see how long this is. But I'm guessing after that, unless maybe you wanted to like read one more, and then we can end the stream.
I think we can end here in chapter 3.
Okay.
It's going to take a while.
Okay.
These chapters are kind of long.
Yeah, that's what I was kind of thinking too. So yeah. Also, I think I'll be right back. I'm gonna get some water.
Okay. Meanwhile, Elle-C will entertain you with some singing. Yes, singing. La 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 la. La 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 la. La 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 la. La 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 la. La 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 la. La 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 la. La 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 la. Let's go on with open our eyes.
Well, I think that's enough of that on a permanent basis.
Alright. He's back.
I'm back and better than ever. Chapter 3. Maps. The me whose time has stopped. Only increasing my knowledge. Simply increasing the number of meaningless values. Simply desiring only information from the television screen. Eventually, the real grew, faded, turned hollow. But I liked looking at maps, cars, trains, things that would take me places. I liked them. Spreading maps upon the narrow bed. Trading route after route. Tracing route after route. Tracing. Sedans, coupes, convertibles. I also rode on many different kinds of cars. The ever-continuing Route 1, I ran on and on upon it. Indigo sky and beautiful shoreline. I ran all the way to the places planned in my dreams. Gently going around the curved traced by a cape under the burning sunlight, unleashing to the brilliant white beach. If I just closed my eyes, I could go anywhere. Sincerely, that I had never seen before would float before me as I thought about lands that I would never be able to go to. Without any meaning, I simply increased my knowledge. Hollowly, I accumulated only yearning. January 21st, 2005. A sky where the rain had let up. flowing by an amazing speed. High clouds. From the ground, the still damp asphalt gave a unique sha. Within all that, as always, we continued driving on. Without a destination, simply just driving on. It wasn't like we were headed to that Awaji Shami. Shima? Yeah, Shima. We had spoke of last night. For one thing, as a problem before that, we probably didn't have the gasoline money. While pondering about that, I continued driving straight along the unknown road. But where was that, I wonder? Suddenly, I wound up thinking about it. From the start, I wasn't all that good with geography. But all the place names were ones I had never seen before. I had been planning on driving onward in any case, but with the navigation system dead, I knew even less. Before I knew it, I was peering at the signs in the area while I drove. I don't really know. What? No, just wondering where this is. The girl spoke to me when I looked around, and I lightly replied, well, most likely, even if I asked her, she wouldn't have known. Probably. Iruma of Sutamakun. Huh? At this next intersection, if you go right, Route 16, you'll get out of Hachumi. What the fuck? Out to Hachioji. God, I cannot read Japanese. I'm sorry. You know? Did you live here before? Not particularly. It's not that. That was a surprise. No, instead of surprising why she knew so much was mysterious. No matter how you looked, she didn't seem the type to get in a car and go around. Then, maybe, from here to that place, Awaji that, you know, the way. I don't understand what your question means. Yeah, this feels like very direct translation, in a sense. Well, you see, without getting on the expressway, you might be able to get there using only the smaller roads, right? Look, the gasoline costs. Our money might be enough after all. Do you want to go? Huh? No. It's not like I meant that, but then don't ask. With these final words, the girl once again fell silent. In her usual cold way, she remained staring out the window. I had a feeling that those eyes were looking at what those eyes were looking at was not a sincerely flowing by before her, but a much further place. Those words, "Don't ask," from before. Just what did they mean, I wonder? If I had answered that I planned on going, what would she have answered? Without a destination, we simply traveled. From the start, we hadn't any plans or schedules. Simply, we just hated both the 7th floor and our shallow homes. But for me, at the least, just for me, it didn't matter what. I probably wanted something to give me direction. January 22nd, 2005. The roaring and crashing of waves. It's cold, isn't it? Indeed. Some beach I didn't know the name of when I noticed we were headed out towards the sea. I had intended to head west, but it seems at some point I wound up heading south. The wind whistled. A beach with a pitch black sky and a strongly blowing cold wind. The two of us left the car and stood gazing in the dark sea. As always, the girl looked far away with a downcast air at where the black sky and sea merged at the horizon. And then, after watching the sea for a while, slowly she began walking to the water's edge. Say, what do you think would happen? I don't understand the meaning of your question. Do you think I would die comfortably if I went out into the sea like this? Her back was still mirrored to me. Words, as she continued, walked to the water's edge. The third time was the last. There is no fourth. Where is it? That's weird. Probably it would come to picking between the 7th floor and home. It seems no one has escaped that. Those were words the girl had once passed to me. And the girl was on her second. That she wanted neither home nor the 7th floor. Already, it was after she had passed it to me. Already, her task was over. That was why I thought it meant that. Who knows? I've never drowned before. Then if, right now, I were to go into the sea, would you stop me? While speaking, she murmured, she turned around and looked at my face, placing the moon floating in the pitch black sky to her back. The gaze that was always looking at some faraway place was looking straight at me. I don't know. Not until that time. Indeed. And then, turning her back to me, once again facing the sea, she slowly started walking. Hey you. What? Is it that? You wanted me to stop you? At my words, the girl stopped just a few steps before the breaking waves. The strong wind misted up the spray from the waves, striking her feet. If you want me to stop you, I'll stop you. Not particularly. It's not that. Then I don't have to stop you, right? For that question also, there was no reply. However, the feet that stopped did not go on further. That was why I thought that was her reply. A high sky that could only be found in winter. Stained heart wrenchingly blue, with a strong wind that whistled across the elevated rail line. Reflecting that blue sky was that metallic hood of the running silver coupe. I was gaping. I was gripping the steering wheel, and the girl sat in her usual way in the passenger seat. Where this was, I didn't know. But as a more real problem, in moments, we were going to run out of gasoline. From the start, we hadn't had that much money, but from purchases at convenience stores, our remaining funds were even less now. Now, there was only 7,000 yen. So that's like $70. That's at least enough to refill the tank once, right? Of course, for this car, I didn't know how many liters it took, but I thought we probably had enough to fill up the tank once. Okay, yeah. There we go. It wasn't as if we had a destination or anything, but losing our legs using our legs would mean we'd be stuck. Oh, losing our legs would mean we'd be stuck. I'll go get some gas. I see. While speaking, I turned the wheel and headed towards the gas station in front of us. Welcome. Will it be credit card or cash? With cash. Will that be regular or high octane? Regular. Regular? High octane? I didn't really understand. Of course, when it came to this car, there were lots of things that I didn't know. But since I had only just gotten my license, I knew very little about this sort of thing in general. Which shall it be? I hesitated to speak while the part-time clerk waited for my answer from the other side of the window. And just when I was about to say it didn't matter, the girl in the passenger seat spoke. Regular. Huh? Okay, regular. Yes. Yes, regular cash, full tank. Will that be alright? Yes, please. Yes, certainly. With a cheerful reply, the attendant began to skillfully use the gasoline pump. Most gas stations are self-serve, at least where I live now. God, it's been a while since I've seen a gas...
I live.
Yeah,
not in Japan, too.
Yeah, it's been so... There's only one place... I'm just gonna quick get a drink of water, and I'll say this. I think there's only one place I've ever been to where we have gas station attendants, and it's New Jersey, which actually has a law mandating that gas stations have attendants.
Here, there are always attendants. There are no self-service pumping stations.
Everywhere I go, it's self-serve.
It's completely different here. So probably in Japan, it's...
Yeah, it's probably more like that, too. And, I think the only reason New Jersey passed that law is because they just want, another job that younger people can have.
Say regular is fine for this? At that question, the girl remained silent. Instead, she quietly pointed to the price listing on the pump. Okay, so the math just doesn't work with this game for some reason. Okay. Of course. This was the cheaper one. I didn't really know much about this, but I didn't think there was that much difference. And then there was the meter on the gas pump before my eyes, reporting the amount used. 25, 26, 27, 28. The digital display was coming up furiously. Did I screw up? Looking at these numbers, I began to get nervous. Just before I had wound up saying full tank on a whim. But the amount of money we had to fund wasn't all that much. Putting together all the change, it was about 7,000, of course. I had no idea how large the car's tank was. If there wasn't enough money, that would happen. What would happen? Going by the price list shown, I believe we had enough for about 60 liters, but 38, 39, 40, 41. Even now, the meter was counting up without slowing down. Under normal conditions, it would have been something I wouldn't have worried about. But as I continued watching, I grew more and more nervous. Damn it! It's still going! Before I knew it, the words tumbled out. It's okay. It'll stop now. Eh? This is 50 liters. Just as she said, when the meter was between 47 and 48, it stopped. Following that, the sound of the receipt being printed ran out. And once again, the part-time clerk came back. Sorry for the wait. It comes out to 52,040 yen. Ah, here. From my pocket, I took out and handed over the 50,000 yen bill with a couple 1,000 bills. With a crumpled 1,000 bill. Here's your change for the 760 yen and your receipt. Thank you very much. Putting the clerk's bright voice behind us, I once again pulled the car out onto the road before us. Once again, the silver coupe ran. With this, I felt the urgent fear of the gas tank to be gone for the time being. For the moment. And our remaining funds was just about 2,000 yen. I was also worried about that, but I was also curious about what happened just before. Hey, could it be that you know a lot about cars? Not particularly. Not particularly. Didn't you just say this was a 50 liter before? Of course, this much might just have been a guess. Or something that was common knowledge. However, previously, the girl also knew about the roads. Also, nagged by that fact, I took out the car regulation on the dashboard. You would of course know this car's name, right? Is that a question? Well, you can think of it as a quiz. Integra, Type R Coupe. That's correct. And the specs? 99 model, 5-speed transmission, maximum output 200 horsepower. I hadn't thought that she would really answer. My eyes couldn't help but follow the words on the regulation in my hand, on the registration in my hand, as the girl fully continued speaking. Total length 4,380 millimeters. Total width 1069.5 millimeters. Yeah, 1695 millimeters. General displacement 1797 cc. Do you want me to go on? No, that's enough. Correct. As I replied, I returned the registration to its place. Unbelievably, all the specs were exactly as recorded. It was very much something that I didn't think could be memorized. If asked why someone would, I couldn't begin to imagine. But right before my eyes, this girl answered. Moreover, considering the roads and flowers from before, I could believe that she knew a wide variety of things. Maybe the ending of the story just turns out to be like exactly like Rhapsody, where it turns out that like this girl is like the reincarnation of her dead mother or something.
There is no fantasy element to this story.
Yeah. That would be interesting if they ended the same way, though. That would be funny. Hey, why do you know so much? No particular reason. It's because I'm older than you. With just that answer, once again, the girl fell silent. Gazing out the window, she didn't give off an air that she would answer any new questions I raised. Older? It really didn't look it. But those were also the girl's words from before. Name Setsumi, blood type 0. Those were the words when on her white vinyl bracelet. And that she seemed to be older. That was a little information I knew of her. When the sun was slowly setting, the silver coupe continued running. Without a destination, without a place it needed to go to, just simply moving forward. The issue of gasoline was fine, but the remaining money had mostly disappeared. Even counting the change, it was about 2,000 yen. Thinking in terms of buying meals at convenience stores, it would last about 3 or 4 more days. Hey, what should we do from now on? I don't understand the meaning of your question. I mean, we don't have much money left. And so you... The girl was as she always had been. She spoke while bringing the mite just bought from her convenience store to her mouth. And also, just by continuing to drive like this, without a doubt, the gasoline was being used up. In reality, doing nothing, just standing still might have been better. However, doing something being unable to do anything, just staying still was painful. While thinking that, I kept driving. From previous experience, driving on the smaller roads, it was about just 3 days before the gasoline ran out. The remaining 2,000 yen used to buy food from the convenience store was also 3-4 days possibly. Clearly the end of things was coming into sight. Hey you! This place, Awaji Shima was it? You want to go there? There was no reply. Just the usual gazing at the window, as always. I might want to go a bit, maybe. Why? Well, that's... Of course, from the start, we hadn't dashed out of the 7th floor with goals or plans. That was why, for me, going west, east, or whatever it was, it didn't matter.
I was sure any place would have been fine. I just wanted some goal or destination. When the day completely turned into night, I was in some pachinko parlor's parking lot. Konami approved. Of course, I was planning on making money off pachinko. I wasn't planning on making money off of pachinko or slots. With this measly 2,000 yen, I knew it didn't stand a chance. However, if we were just 10 or 20,000 yen, it should be easy to steal that much. That was from my previous travels through the ocean. With that much, for the moment, it would be fine. And from that, we might even be able to get to that Awaji Shima. That was why I spoke about my plan to the girl. How about it? Want to try? No. I see. Alright. It was what was expected, but I was plainly refused. From the start, it wasn't as if I expected anything from the girl. It wasn't as if I had sought out her help. Explaining my plans to her was more like a decision. Was more like a declaration. Well then, wait a bit. Leaving her in the car, I walked towards the pachinko parlor. Inside the unexpectedly crowded shop, there was a number of machines, ball dispensers, and a fairly amount of people. Here and there were also a number of stacked cash boxes. It might just be right. Making that decision, I headed towards the slot corner that was in my target. After a while, scouting from the aisles, from examining the area, I found one machine.
some middle-aged man who definitely looked like an office worker had stacked 4 boxes by his feet, and above his head had another 2 stacked. Moreover, it was a corner machine, and the neighboring machines were empty. From what I had seen from before, he also didn't seem to have come with friends or acquaintances. The conditions were lined up. Most likely, in that state, even if 1 box by his feet were stolen, he wouldn't notice right away. If it was like similar shops, it should be worth some 20,000 yen. If we had just that, I simply waited internally the day office worker like person, no head, to head to the restroom. Eventually, about when 30 minutes had passed, finally, the man stood up from his seat. Quickly, following after, I went to the restroom to make sure. Then, in a rush, I quickly returned to the slot machine. Next, while checking the people who were playing the slots and the shop staff, I slowly approached the machine. Then, in order to avoid suspicion, acting perfectly natural, I pulled up the cash box at my feet. At that instant, a tremendous sound rang from the slot coins, scattered on the floor. Oh shit. Pulled it up. Was the plan. No, certainly I raised it up. Once. With these hands. However, unable to support my weight, I wound up dropping the entire box on the floor. And then, all eyes looked over, wondering what caused the loud racket. I thought I heard the sound of voices, felt the presence of people running over. However, those voices were heard from behind me. Already, by that time, I was 2 meters in front of the shop exit. I slammed the car door behind me. While panting hardly, I started the engine in a big rush and slammed on the gas. Turning the wheel, I hurriedly pulled the car out. At that time, there was a rough metallic grinding sound. Maybe because I had driven up onto the curb or something. Just to that moment, I wound up ramming the rear. That sound was the nasty sound of the body scraping. However, there wasn't time to worry about that. I drove out with the road in front of us. Phew. While rubbing my chest, which was almost out of breath, I drove the silver coupe along the now totally dark road. I was a bit worried about the spot that was hit before. But for now, going away from that place had priority. Then, driving about 10 minutes, about when we were totally clear of the pachinko parlor, I stopped the car by some roadside and began inspecting the place that was hit earlier. It was okay. It's probably nothing major. From the passenger seat, the girl called to me, sounding just a tiny bit worried, while I inspected the damage, and I answered. I answered. Looking at it, the rear bumper was slightly dented, and the muffler's tip was a bit cracked. With just this probably wouldn't be a problem driving. Phew. Feeling relief, I let out a sigh. So close. Immediately, I recalled the events in the pachinko parlor. I had failed with just a little bit more to go. But if I did it well, the next time I thought I could succeed. I figured that even though I hadn't been able to carry the cash box, that was only because I hadn't lifted heavy things in a while. If I were prepared from the start, I could probably manage. Eh? The you now should be different from the you from before. The girl spoke words as if she were seeing clear through me. However, with a weight like that, you shouldn't think of being as being the same. Most likely, what the girl was saying was right. I didn't want to admit it, but the me now was different from the me from before. Certainly, with my strength reduced by this much, it was hard to believe I would succeed. Then, what should I do? To that question, there came no answer. Just quiet gazing at the dark sky beyond the window. That probably was telling me to give up.
I can do one more chapter.
Okay.
There's a twist here.
What a twist!
Well, you'll see.
Okay.
Stopping time. Stopping my heart. Days of simply gathering knowledge. Days of gazing at maps, closing my eyes, traveling to unknown towns. One day, on a monthly magazine I always bought, my eye stopped on a photo decorating the back cover. It was a female model wearing a flashy swimsuit. Shot at the water's edge with that sort of pose. With the Emerald Sea I always saw in my dreams behind her back, she was smiling. I was sure we were around the same age. With that exceptional style, happy and relaxed, directing a smile at me. I don't think I was particularly envious. For one thing, I didn't have a swimsuit, and didn't have any urgent need to have one. For me, if I had pajamas, that was enough. Numerous seasons, white, overcast skies, passed without even the need to exchange words with anyone. That day, first year of middle school in June, the first day I was admitted into the hospital. I remembered that I had ordered a swimsuit, recalled the swimsuit from a number of years before. I remembered the swimsuit that had lost its debut that day. Taken out of the trunk for the first time in years, a school swimsuit that was still brand new. Taking off my usual pajamas, nervously I put on the blue swimsuit. It was a perfect fit.
I'm sorry, I was just like looking back at the comments and I saw 200 HP car, and I'm realizing now it's 200 horsepower, but I thought it was 200 hit points anyway.
Even though how many years have passed. It fits as if just now I had ordered it. Towards my figure, the monthly magazine's model directed her smiling face at me, smiled with the Emerald Sea to her back. With that exceptional style, happy and relaxed, directing a smile at me. That was saddening. I didn't think I was particularly envious. However, to be honest, I really might have admired her. Because I knew that it was impossible. I might have yearned for it, even more so. But a large scar on my chest advised me to give up. My lifelong companion told me to make do with the world in my closed eyes. January 22, 2005. When the sun slowly slanted, staining the western sky orange. As always, we continued to drive. What should we do now? Our money was for the most part tight. Say, you, was thinking about that. Surprisingly, the girl spoke to me. You can go take baths. Right now, outside of long baths, I haven't been told to stop. I see. Something similar to me then. What she was saying was probably whether the doctors have stopped me from taking baths or not. Especially for kidney and digestive orders, where their tubes were used, baths were often banned. Thinking about it that way, at the least the girl probably had a circulatory problem like I did. What, did you want to go take a bath? Problem? No, I also want to take one. Even so, financially speaking, stopping at a hostel or hotel was out of the question. Well then, shall we look for a bathhouse someplace? Bathhouse?
Oh my.
Something like that. We still haven't the money for it. On second thought, I'm fine. What? You're fine? Since that day, when we left from the 7th floor, 3 days had already passed. There, bathing was done twice a week, and in order to wipe the body, each day there were 2 warm sponge baths. Well, because of the season, we didn't sweat and we were mostly in the car, so didn't particularly get dirty, but... Is it that you're embarrassed about the bathhouse and so you don't want to go? Not particularly. I didn't mean that. The sun had completely set, and a large moon showed its face in the sky. After that, driving for a while, I found a place that looked like a school somewhere. Here might be just right. I stopped the car on the roadside near the entrance. Then I began fishing through the mass of laundry that had been left in the back seat. I was sure there were 2 or 3 towels. So, pushing aside the clothes that didn't matter, I took up what felt like a towel. It had the words Shiraishi Construction printed on it. Most likely some marketing thing, as it was a shabby towel. Well, wait a bit. The girl looked at me questioningly. Holding 2 of the shabby towels, I headed to the school in front of us. Climbing over the closed gate, I peered around the area for the place I was looking for. There it is. After a while, I found the faucet that I was looking for. It was probably there for the gardens. The faucet squeaked loudly. Turning the faucet, the water flowed out strongly, cold enough that it felt like it was slicing through one's body. Then, I wet the towels and firmly wrung them out. I returned to the car, slamming the door closed. Sorry for the wait. Here. Taking one of the 2 damp towels I carried, I gave one of them to the girl. Then, taking off the sweatshirt I wore on top, I went ahead and started to wipe my body. The car interior, well warmed from the heater, the feel of the chilly damp towel felt good. You don't have to hold back. Wipe your body. It's cold and feels good, you know. All right. At first, the girl had stayed unmoving with a sense of hesitation. But with that answer, she slowly took her hands, floppy dress, shirt, and jeans. Unlike me, she placed her hand within her clothes and wiped her body that way. Hey. Something the matter? Don't look. Ah, sorry, that's right. Holding the towel in her hand, the girl murmured with her clothes partially off. She made a face with just the slightest bit of reluctance and embarrassment. It was the first time I saw her with that expression. In the cramped car, the 2 of us faced our backs to each other. How about it? Feels good, doesn't it? It was just turning totally dark, and the interior was dimly lit. The glass right in front of me reflected the image of myself wiping my body. And further past my figure, it reflected the figure of the girl behind my back. Just like me, she had taken off her top and was wiping herself. Without intending to, I saw her.
Oh my.
A large scar on her chest could be seen. Most likely, they were scars from surgery. I didn't know the details, but it was larger than mine. Say, you. What is it? Is it that unusual? From beyond my back, words towards my figure reflected in the glass. January 25, 2005. Under the cloudy sky, the silver coupe ran on. As always, it continued to run with no destination, and looking back, 3 days had passed. In that span, nothing particularly special had happened. To be really particular, along the way we found a practically free open-air bath. There wasn't really many people around, so at the least we managed to take a bath. Other than that, we were towards the bottom of our money, and once again, towards the bottom of our gas tank. So he thinks. Have you gotten a bit tired of it? Not particularly. us while eating convenience store nigiri, exchange words.
What's nigiri?
A rice ball.
Oh, never had that.
Compared to the food on the 7th floor, it might have been better. But even then, after eating only this for a number of days, it was looking boring. You can eat it cold too. However, even this kind of food, considering our money, would probably end. The sound is noisy. Huh? What's this all of a sudden? The sound of the car has gotten louder than before. Ah, now that you say it, it really has. Most likely, the cause was that time we fled from the pachinko parlor a few days ago, where the muffler was hit.
Oh shit.
We hadn't been worrying about it, but certainly the sound of the car had gotten a bit louder. Well, it probably wasn't going to get in the way of driving. And before that, the problem right before us was gasoline. The meter had been pointing at empty, and we had been running like that for 5 minutes. And our money right now amounted to 900 yen. With that, unlike last time, it was clearly not enough. If we totally ran out of gas, then there would probably be nothing that we could do. Making a decision, I pulled into a gas station, and moreover, looked for a self-service station. Soon I found one, and pulled the car to a stop at the closest pump out of the many lined up. I'll get some gas. I see. But don't get out of the car. Committing a crime? There was no reply. However, she probably also understood what that meant. Opening the car's gas cap, I put in the gasoline by imitating others. In the area was one other customer, and in the back was a building with vending machines. I could also see someone that looked like a clerk. Most likely, that was where one paid the bill. Looking at that explanatory plate on the wall, it seemed that after filling up, one would take the receipt over there. In that case, we could just drive off and run away. While looking around the quiet gas station, that's what I felt. 23, 24, 25, 26. The numbers on the meter showing the amount of gas pumped, unlike before, I thought it was going very slowly. I felt very irritated while waiting for the tank to fill. And then, passing 40 liters, just when the tank was about to fill. Welcome! The clerk that seemed to be a part-timer that had been in the building until now, for some reason ran over here. Ashtray, tire pressure, are they all fine? Yes, they're fine. I see, it's cold, so please be careful. And perhaps intended to be a service, the clerk started cleaning the windows. As that was happening, the pump announced the tank was full, and with a businesslike sound spat out the receipt.
Wait, so they were able to fill a full tank? Okay.
Please make your payment over there. Pausing from washing the windows, the clerk pointed at the building from before. Well, he's worrying about nothing actually. Silently, I held the receipt. Unable to think of what to do, I wound up standing still. Is something the matter, sir? No, nothing. For the moment, I went back inside the car. And then, I only started up the engine. What should I do? That part-time clerk was starting to clean the rear window now. Right now, if I just slammed on the accelerator... However, without a doubt, the license plate would be noted down. If there were an investigation, we would be easily caught.
Run him over.
However, in order to run here, I made a decision and firmly stepped on the clutch.
Oh,
The
shit.
manual transmission. Then, when I switched the gear out of neutral and was about to enter second... Here. Eh? You can use it. Suddenly, the girl took out an envelope. From inside that, she took out a 10,000 yen bill and
What
held
the
it out
fuck?
to me. You had money? And I had been convinced she had none. If that were the case, I wouldn't have had to go through all that trouble until now. Why didn't you say anything? Did you ask? No, that's...
You son of a bitch.
Because I wasn't asked. With just that answer, once again, as always, she faced the window. Once again, the coupe brought on. For now, we had a full tank of gas. Moreover, I had also received a 5,000 yen bill as change. However, for me, I was more interested about what happened just before. Hey, you! Here, this is all of it. Eh? Before I can speak, the girl offered me the envelope from before, just like that. It's okay if I use this? It doesn't matter. You can. Looking inside the envelope I took, there were still 4 10,000 yen bills. With that, we would probably be fine for a while. However, now I was more concerned about something else. Why did the girl have so much money? At least the few thousand yen that I had from the start was just what I had been carrying when we left. However, in the girl's case, I felt it was like she had been prepared in advance. Hey, you. Before you said that you didn't like the 7th floor, right? I I also didn't like home. I'm the same way. Then you were planning on going somewhere. This is the money for that purpose, isn't it? Then I remembered the girl's words from before. She had said that she would go somewhere while she was still able to move on her own. Asked me whether I wanted to stop her or wanted to go with her. Then you really did have some place you wanted to go to? Not particularly. I can't understand if you say not particularly. There is no place. Just that, looking lonely, she sadly murmured. Then this girl was without a destination, but still picturing someday in the future, simply preparing for it all this time alone. I was concerned why she had been doing such an empty thing, but I sensed the girl's lonely profile was confirming that. Then, what about you? Even me, not particularly. Don't imitate me. I'm not imitating you. Mickey updates are available. We continue driving without a destination. I, who had impulsively flew from the 7th floor, and the girl who didn't have a place to go to, but hollowly only continued to prepare. However, right now, it doesn't matter where. I just want to go somewhere. Eh? At least for me, I wanted something to give me direction. Well, how about that Awaji Shima that we talked about before? With the money we have now, it's definitely enough to go. I was sure that any place would have been fine. Even the 7th floor, even someplace not home, so long as we could continue going. However, I didn't just want to wander around aimlessly. I think I wanted a goal. It didn't matter what. Don't you think of wanting to go too? Not particularly. With just that answer, once again, she turned her gaze out the window like she usually did. Always, her eyes seemed to be looking at something far away. Just what on earth is she looking at, I wonder? What was she thinking? What was she expecting? When she came here, I wonder. There we go.
Yay!
Alright.
GG's.
Yeah.
Clap hands.
So, there's some... Look at that. I think we can finish this, next stream.
Yeah, I think so. Do you know how many chapters? Wait. Chapter 4.
Around, 8 chapters, I believe.
Chapter 4. Didn't we just finish chapter 4? Oh, no, wait, no. No, okay.
Chapter 5 is the next one, yes.
I don't see
I just finished reading chapter 4. So chapter 5 is the next one. There's only a few chapters left. So yeah, I think we can finish this next stream for sure.
Wait. Shit, I didn't mean to do that.
Time to go, says Cerulean.
Okay.
Alrighty.
Oh, I see. Chapter 5 is on the other corner.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, you didn't notice.
I didn't notice that. Okay. I'm gonna start this just so I can save. Okay. Wait. Oh.
It saves automatically.
It does?
Doesn't matter.
Okay.
You don't need,
Okay, never
you don't
mind
need to do
then.
anything.
I thought it didn't. Got it.
Nice.
Alright.
Any impressions so far?
Yeah,
That's
it reminds me. I was trying to think of the name of the movie, but I can't. It's, Selena Gomez actually stars in it. This was, like, her one, like, adult role after, like, you know, being, like, a Disney Channel star. But it kind of reminds me a bit of that. It kind of has, like, this, like, story of... I think the major difference is, like, Selena Gomez wasn't terminally ill. It was only just, like, the one boy who was.
I see.
But, like,
I've
I've seen like stories kind of like this. It's a fairly typical road trip
Yes, it
story. Yeah, like fairly typical, like sort of like road trip sort of story. I think like there's definitely a lot of things I would like to know. Obviously like the symbolism of the narcissists. Like why this woman has accrued so much knowledge, where the money came from. There's a bunch of different things that I think are interesting. Actually, did it actually say what the name of the main character is? I know, Satumi, or whatever her name was.
Nope.
Sorry?
Nope, it's never mentioned.
It's never mentioned? Okay. Alright, let's see. I didn't actually open it. Huh?
Oh yeah. See the thing with these Japanese visual novels and stories in general? They can be quite simple, even mundane type of stories. So appreciating them is more about the way the story is told.
Yeah.
It's like with Narcissu.
No, like, I agree. Like, I think the story is told very well. When you read it, did you read the English translation, or did you read the...
Yes.
Okay, I was wondering, like, if you read the Japanese version, and if you know if it's...
Oh, no.
Okay. If this is, like, a fairly faithful translation or not.
You see, me and Mid-Tier Guard already gave you a much better translation from before. There's
Okay.
an installer for an older translation.
Oh,
Made
shit.
by,
Okay.
It was made by these very same people here who did this, but the older translations have less errors and they're
Yeah.
actually much better for some
Okay.
reason. The Steam version is full of errors. I don't know why.
Yeah, I don't know. I guess this is just, like, the version that was officially sanctioned. Like, the original creator just thought it was
but it's
okay.
the
I
same,
don't know.
The same people behind it.
Oh, wow, okay.
Behind the first translation.
Okay.
That's weird.
I don't know. I guess. I wonder if, like, the 10th anniversary collection, I wonder if that uses
It's
the
the
updated...
same. I have it.
Oh, you do? Okay.
I have it. It's the same thing.
Okay. Anyway, I did not pull up Nixit log of...
Title note.
Huh?
It
Yeah.
says. Whatever is on your screen here,
Yeah.
on the video, it says untitled note.
Oh, yeah, yeah. I think it, like, automatically creates... Yeah, it's some sort of, like, Decky launcher
It's
extension.
a Steam Deck thing.
Yeah, it's, not even necessarily, it's just, like, I think, Decky launcher, you can, like, create notes in the game, like, I don't know, I guess if it's just, like, X spell on Y boss or something, whatever you wanted to do.
Ah, yes. You remember Planetarian?
Yeah?
So, Narcissu is in the same vein as Planetarian. It's
how
a similar
so?
type of story.
Yeah, true. Just like focused on like character development and things like that. Anyway,
There's
I'm sorry?
Planetarian was a visual novel as well.
Oh yeah, that's
Around the
true.
same
You're right.
It's around the same length as Narcissus.
It's not the same person, is it?
No, it's not.
Yeah, I didn't think so.
It's from Key / Visual Arts, so, Planetarian, so it's actually from a bigger name.
Okay.
Because they have several anime.
Well, I mean, it's a big enough name that they got the budget to make like an entire anime miniseries about it.
They have several of them. They
Yeah.
started with hentai games, by the way.
Sexy.
Believe it or not. Okay. That's
Anyway.
all I gotta say.
Yeah. I'm definitely interested. Are you doing anything next Saturday?
No,
No?
Nope.
We're good?
let's do this again.
All right, next Saturday.
Alrighty.
Anyway, thank you guys so very much for watching, and thank you, LCX, for doing the stream with me, and like I said, I will see you again next week. Same bat time, same bat channel.
Watching. Thanks for watching. Arigatou. Bye-bye.
Alright, and thank you guys so much for watching. Thank you, Mid-Tier Guard, Karumi, The Shiny Hunter, Cerulean. I think Great White North might have been here for a little bit. You know, just like, honestly, I wasn't able to read a lot of the chat, so I don't know who all was here. But anyway, thank you guys so very much for watching. Good night. And thank you for coming to my TED Talk. Bye, everyone.